We've lots of really interesting stuff to talk about on the show today, so let's get straight into it. Jan, you're very welcome to Alchemy Radio. How are you?
Good. How are you, John?
I'm really good, thanks. Enjoying an Indian summer, even though it is the middle of our summer here in Ireland. Normally we get none, so quite happy with that. But basically, we're going to talk about a topic that will be new to a lot of people listening to Alchemy Radio. It's Christianity and mushrooms. Now, so many people think of so many different things when they hear about mushrooms and magic mushrooms and all the various varieties. However, not many people, certainly people who would listen to the mainstream news or watch the mainstream news all the time or the mainstream media, would associate mushrooms with Christianity. Just to give us a brief kind of an intro, Jan, where has all of this come about? How can people possibly link mushrooms and psychedelics with Christianity?
Well, the first person to do it with Christianity was a English scholar by the name of John Allegro, who worked at the University of Manchester. He was a lecturer there. And then before that, he was a doctoral student in, for Middle Eastern languages, essentially Oriental studies, which includes all of the Dead Sea Scrolls area, etc. And while he was called down there in 1953 to begin translating the Dead Sea Scrolls, he was one of the original 8 members of the translation team. And he was always at variance with the other scholars of the team, and they were Catholic, whereas he was agnostic. And then, of course, the ruling power around the area, in one area was a Zionist, and then in the other was the King of Jordan, trying to keep things free. But what happened was in 1970, after years of working with the Dead Sea Scrolls, well, in 1968, he published all of his work with the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then in 1970, he came out with a book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross that exposed that Judeo-Christianity was based essentially on a fertility mushroom cult. Mm-hmm. Now, in that book, he tried to base the theory on strictly linguistic evidence. He had one image from the plain coral fresco in France that he tried to use and was attacked for that. And he went from one of the leading language scholars in the world to overnight becoming the laughingstock of academia. And what we found was, from starting in 2006, I started going line by line through his research and his claims and his citations and actually checking them, comparing with the originals to what it was actually said versus the attacks against him. And what we found was that all of the attacks against him, primarily that were started by this one man, Gordon Wasson, which I'll cover more in a minute, mm-hmm. But all of the attacks that were started by this one guy, all of them ended up being false. Now, Allegro's daughter and I, she and I both went through, scouring through the Allegro archives and going through anything that we could find to verify these claims, going to all of the original primary sources for this stuff. And like I said, we found that all of the claims against him were false. Now, the Gordon Wasson was the guy who launched all of these claims against Wasson or against Allegro, beginning primarily in the Times Literary Supplement of London. And so essentially what happened, though, is as it turns out, Wasson supposedly discovered magic mushrooms in Huautla de Jimenez in Oaxaca, Mexico, and published about it in Life magazine in 1953, which we've just recently exposed in a new article that we just published 2 weeks ago called Manufacturing the Deadhead, that shows that this was all an orchestrated event, and Wasson was, in fact, working with the CIA, etc. So here's, Wasson, this guy, he's working with the CIA. He's the vice president of propaganda for JP Morgan Bank. And then he turns and he launches this major media attack against John Allegro's scholarship in the press. And essentially what we've since figured out is that Wasson, working with the CIA and JP Morgan, they were trying to keep attention away from Western Judeo-Christian Arabic religions, Islamic religions, and trying to keep things focused on neo-shamanism and on Eastern religions, and sort of this meme to create a return of the old. So, going through all of this in my all of these citations, what I did was in 2008, I published a book called The Holy Mushroom that basically broke down line by line all of these attacks and show, with all of the primary citations right there where everyone can follow along, and just show how it was all false, how Wasson created and faked all of these attacks. In that book, we also published the first medieval primary citation called the Epistle to the Renegade Bishops, which actually specifically discusses the quote-unquote holy mushroom. And that was found, that's from the Zirpanum Monastery on the Manathos Peninsula in Greece. And we've also since found reference to the red fungus in the Book of Zohar for the Kabbalah. And there's the Muslim Mishkat that talks about a mushroom that will bring sight, etc. So we have all of these different references to the mushrooms and everything. And then, like I said, originally John Allegro published just one image, the plain Corot fresco image from France. And, when the day before I published my book, Professor John Rush published his book, False Gods or whatever it's called. And then in there, he also published a lot more images. In my book that was published the next day, I published 41 images. And then last year, again, John Rush published another book with about another 200 images. And then just a few months ago, we had a European mycologist, ethnomycologist, Garrett Kaiser, publish yet a third book on all of this, revealing more mushrooms that this mycologist has found throughout the cathedrals in Europe and his studies there.
And one of the very interesting things about Gordon Wasson, that one of the things that stands out for me, and instantly when I kind of read the accounts of his so-called discovery of magic mushrooms, is it almost reads like a fairy tale. There's flowery language involved. Sure. And I mean, when you then have uncovered through your research the fact that this guy, he's, both chairman for the Council on Foreign Relations, vice president of public relations for JP Morgan Bank, CIA written all over the guy, alarm bells are ringing straight off the bat. However, this guy seems to have gone on the historical record and been accepted as some kind of authority here.
Yeah. Well, I guess that gives you, that's a clear statement of the competence of most of the scholars out there for the last 55 years, isn't it? Now, what we did, basically the Harvard University stores the Wasson archives there at the Herbaria, and they have everything pretty much locked up, and I knew that they would lock me out. They've pretty much, since Andy Letcher from the UK published his book Shroom in 2007, they've pretty much kept most other researchers out of there because Letcher started exposing a few things, even though he had a number of distortions in there. And, so what we did was ahead of time, before I even went to the Harvard University asking permission to view the archives, which is absurd. No other university or archive anywhere makes you ask to see this stuff. You just send the librarian an email, and she either sends you the documents or sends you a bill with the documents,
Right.
And so Harvard is the first university. Even the CIA sent me documents and were easier to, in many cases, to get documents out of than Harvard was on Wasson. So what I did was I began to reverse engineer Wasson's work and the archives that were stored there. Every side of a conversation has two sides. So obviously Harvard's archive would only have Wasson's side of a conversation. So then it was just a matter of going to other universities and finding the other sides of these conversations, such as we went to Dartmouth and Princeton, Yale, Columbia. We got more documents out of the U.S. Library of Congress, UC Santa Barbara, the Hoover Institute up at Stanford University, etc. And so we were able to amass about 1,000 pages of documents that were outside of Harvard, outside of the official MKUltra record documents that nobody else had. And it's funny because, I have all of the MKUltra documents, and one quote-unquote British scholar last year by the name of Simon Powell, he actually did a 25-minute public radio screed against my work that he admitted that he had never read, and it was all based on his religious appeals to emotion and stuff, and completely ignoring any evidence that was published about Wasson or the documents or anything. And he attacks me. He says, oh, well, John Marks published this, his Manchurian Candidate book in the 70s, and if he didn't find anything, there couldn't be anything out there. This is the sort of mentality that people use to argue their points. It's just because one, and by the way, the MKUltra documents that were released were equivalent of like 17,000 pages. half of it is redacted. So you're going through trying to figure out who's who and all of this stuff. And he thinks just because one guy didn't find a reference in 15,000 documents that it's not there. Yet I have the same documents, and Wasson was a part of MKUltra Subproject 58. So sorry, folks. I mean, the documents speak for themselves as much as these people want to make up lies and deny the fact and go on their beliefs rather than, what the primary documents say. And so, Wasson, he's just been sort of this clown that has been worshipped by the entire ethnomycology and psychedelic field, for so supposedly discovering magic mushrooms, never mind that they were already published about before then by a number of people. John G. Bork, Uri Lloyd published in the late 1800s about his experiences. There was a few others that did. But here's Wasson supposedly claiming to be the so-called discoverer, and then of course he's got to do this media blitz in Life magazine and in the 12 million newspaper subscribers that same week in May 1957. And so it's clear that it was a concerted, focused effort to blitz the entire American population and get everyone under their control. And unfortunately, John Allegro's research exposed a direction towards Judeo-Christianity that they didn't want to go. So it was of utmost importance that they launched a full attack on Allegro, destroy his credibility. And I even had two scholars tell me that Wasson admitted to them that he had actually never even read Allegro's book before he launched his public attacks.
Incredible. So basically you have somebody operating off the fallacy that they have a theory or an agenda, and basically they will ignore facts if they don't fit with that agenda, or they will, in some cases, make them up to fit. And these are the guys with the public forum then who are debasing the work of somebody like John Allegro.
Well, and on top of that, let me just interject there. On top of that, in the whole New Age psychedelic field, you have all of this nonsense constantly being pushed, that truth is arbitrary, that there is no truth, that you might as well not look for truth, that you might as well just sit there and pillow sit and be positive, and never mind whoever's agenda that plays right into, but this is the sort of mentality that's constantly pushed. And I had a couple of years ago on my show at gnosticmedia.com, I interviewed David Harriman, who's the author of The Logical Leap, and he did a 6-hour excellent lecture series called The Philosophic Corruption of Physics, which exposes that quantum physics is a total fraud itself. And so when you go through all of his research and actually study it, and again, folks, before you send me attack and hate emails, study the 10 hours of references I just gave you before you send me one message. His name is David Harriman. Thank you. So every single time I do a radio interview and I bring this issue up, I'll get dozens of attacks from people who won't even bother to go listen to what he has to say because they're so caught up in the religion of quantum physics and, you can't have any truth. You can't have self-esteem and know anything. 1 + 1 isn't 2. And this sort of thing. So this is all a part of this New Age dumbing down agenda that's constantly being sold by guys like Wasson, Aldous Huxley, Julian Huxley. Of course, Julian Huxley was the head of the British Eugenics Society and UNESCO, and his brother Aldous started the Esalen Institute, where all of these memes are being sold out of to facilitate what we've discovered is actually a neo-feudalism or a new dark age that these sons of bitches are actually selling. And so this was all covered in the new Manufacturing the Deadhead article, but it was John Allegro's research and going through and checking all of his work and pulling those up and doing a comparison to the primary documents, and we found that all of his citations in this area checked out, whereas all of the attacks against him were, once we looked up these citations, were clearly lies.
And I suppose the evidence that you have come up with you mentioned there a new dark age. So if we go right back in time a little bit and we look at the dark ages and how there is compelling evidence to show that the dark ages were actually manufactured and Christianity then used as a method to, I suppose, dumb down the people or keep them in a feudal system of serfdom or slavery or whatever people want to call it. And the work that you're doing, Jan, is basically tying that dark age to a replacement religion, that being the CIA's use of drugs or the psychedelic movement to control people or keep them, as Aldous Huxley, as you mentioned, as he said in, I think it was Brave New World, how drugs would become some kind of humane alternative to flogging for rulers that people would actually want themselves and enjoy.
And we should point out that as far as all of the evidence shows, Aldous Huxley was the key guy behind MKUltra. I know there's all of this fluffy nonsense out there that he was supposedly warning about this stuff, but you got to realize, folks, he was a Fabian socialist, which is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And these guys, we find in all of their literature, all over the place, they'll be sitting there warning people about what they and their friends and their own family are doing. So, Aldous Huxley should never be treated. He is a eugenicist. He and his brother created the eugenics, the humanism, and the transhumanism. Their grandfather, Sir Thomas Henry Huxley, was the propaganda manager for Darwin, and he was known as Darwin's bulldog. And the Huxley and Darwin and Galden families have been intermarried for centuries. So, the Darwin and Huxley agenda is one single agenda throughout the years, throughout the centuries. But now, what was your point again? I'm sorry.
Well, basically what I was saying is that we're seeing a mirror image of what happened in the Dark Ages with...
Sure. So, this whole Dark Age issue is being promoted, and we can see it in references like... Piero Comparesi, he's an Italian professor in his book Bread of Dreams. He talks about ergot being used back then. We can see it being used all the way back at the Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece. And what does the word mystery mean? If we look up the word mystery in such as the Oxford English Dictionary, and here let me just do that right now. So the word mystery means here it says service occupation, something helpful, handicraft. Okay, but now let's go over to the word mystify. And so when we get into the word mystify, another root word of the same word, we discover that mystify means to bewilder or perplex intentionally, to play on the credulity of, to hoax, to bewilder, to cause perplexity. So then we can understand that when they tell us that these are the Eleusinian mysteries, these are things to essentially dumb down and bewilder the people who are involved in them. And the Eleusinian mysteries was basically an ancient psychedelic ritual that all of Greece took part in once in everybody's lifetime. And what happened was they were entirely controlled by two families. And so these two families, they're sitting there, for 2,000 years, they have control over this whole government state-sanctioned thing. And so Wasson and these guys, Carl Ruck, Albert Hofmann, they're trying to sell this as it was like just spontaneous spirituality, and the public wanted to keep it secret. Never mind the story of Socrates. He was supposedly murdered for revealing the secrets of the kykeon, which was the secret drug at Ulysses that they think was an early form of LSD. And by the way, we also published evidence in the article that Albert Hofmann did not actually invent LSD. We know that LSD was known about at least 10 years before Hofmann, from 1933, and there will be a new article coming out from the British scholar Alan Piper in Time and Mind next month that everyone can check out for more on that. So this whole selling of the Dark Age back then and now, as Terence McKenna even talks about in his books, the 2012 meme that he and these CIA agents like Professor Michael Coe from Yale and Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who was a Jesuit priest, these guys created this thing. But McKenna even admits that, this whole thing that he's selling fits best with the Renaissance and the Dark Age then, it explains it. So what I did, and to your point exactly, is for my co-author on the article Manufacturing the Deadhead, I teamed up with scholar Joe Atwill, who is the author of Caesar's Messiah, the Roman Conspiracy to Invent Jesus. And that's exactly what he argues, is that Christianity, not only to be, to help protect the Gentiles of Europe against the Zionist influence coming out of the Middle East, but, he shows that the oligarchs of Europe also created Christianity to enslave the masses and to bring about a Dark Age. So, we see this theme of the Dark Age. And in fact, I was watching a film on the Danish, I think, or it could have been the Dutch. Yeah, I think it was the Danish last week, and it was talking about how before this one king, they had been pushed back into a dark age and brought forward and pushed back. So the elites would constantly move their cultures forward and back into modernity and push them back into a state of total religious, subversion and superstition, where the priests and the crazies had control of everything, and then it would go the opposite extreme rather than a balance. So anyway, there's to your point.
Okay, and central to the whole story, and the big lie, as I would like to call it, and perhaps you'll agree with me on that, is Life magazine. Of course, that magazine that's held in such high esteem throughout the decades around the world, And I mean, Life magazine, as you mentioned, were the ones who initially pushed the story behind Gordon Wasson. And
sure.
Allied with that, we've Life magazine on one side, so you've people reading about this. You also have a counterculture that's springing up, particularly in the 1960s in the US.
Well, they're creating the counterculture out of Life magazine, etc.
Well, there you go, exactly. And it manifests
and the
itself.
Counterculture thinks that they're original and all of this. Meanwhile, it's Life magazine and the whole music as sub-counterculture being pushed forward by Edward Bernays, who is actually creating the whole thing. So, the whole deadhead look and everything, that isn't something that, was individualistic. That was something that was literally created by Vito Polakis and Edward Bernays.
Mm-hmm. And then LSD is central, of course, to that. You've Woodstock, you've the music scene. And one interesting point that you've sprung on a number of times has been the fact that so many artists that were coming out of the US in the 1960s were actually the sons and daughters of CIA agents or intelligence agents, or these very people who have an agenda.
Not just CIA, but MI6 as well, such as the Beatles. And in fact, John Lennon was getting a little too close, and that's why they whacked him. Just a couple of months before he was assassinated, he went public and said that he was no longer going to be a carpenter, or essentially a mason working on their little covert operations and stuff. And then he starts going out revealing that population control was a hoax and that he knew that LSD was a CIA op, etc. And then he's dead. And the doorman there is highly suspicious, worked with the CIA that was right there. And then you have the other guy that was found with the To Kill a Mockingbird book or whatever it was. And, Abram, I think is what his name was. So, these are all these little tie-ins. But it was actually Dave McGowan who had done the original research on that. And I tried to get him on my show, but I guess he was afraid to come on or something, or he's afraid to talk about Zionism or whatever the heck, I don't know. But, he was scheduled to come on, and last second he didn't show up. But he's actually the one who did all of the original groundwork on that. If you Google Dave McGowan and Laurel Canyon, Laurel, Laurel Canyon, you'll pull up his research there, and he's got about 18 or 20 pages or different episodes that he's done on this whole subject, revealing all of this. Like, for instance, Jim Morrison was the son of Admiral Morrison, who started the Gulf of Tonkin incident to get us into the Vietnam War. We've got Frank Zappa, who was raised at the Edgewood, Maryland compound, which was one of the facilities that they collected mind-altering chemicals at, where Dr. Andrija Puharic, who was one of the leading MKUltra researchers and did the Council of Nine out of the Esalen Institute, that's where he was located from. So, there's a number of these, and the Mamas and the Papas and the Byrds and Jimi Hendrix, and there's dozens and dozens of others. Another good one is Stuart Copeland and Sting and these guys. I mean, Stuart Copeland, Sting. Sting is still out there doing Daniel Pinchbeck's, promoting his 2012 nonsense, and right there's Sting, and then Daniel Pinchbeck in that same 2012 film has on CIA agent Michael Coe in that video, but never mentions that Coe was CIA and never mentions that Coe created that whole stupid thing in the first place. But, so Miles Copeland, Steve Copeland's father, and Steve Copeland was the drummer of the band The Police. Yeah. Miles Copeland created the OSS and was a co-founder of the CIA. Now, Ian Copeland, Stewart's brother, Ian Copeland founded IRS Records. Obviously, he promoted the band The Police and FBI Talent Agency, all centering on these government subjects here. Right, so they're promoting all of this stuff. They're all working with the CIA and all of this stuff, and then we have Sting out there promoting this 2012 nonsense that these guys created, trying to dumb down the masses and drive people towards this neo-feudalism, idea. And but one thing I should point out is that one thing the people constantly bring up is they actually think that they've been so propagandized to not fact check and not look things up that they actually believe that all of this was just blowback and that the CIA agents and MI6, et cetera, they're just willful dupes. They're just dum-dums. They don't know any better. But when you actually get in and you read the documents and you look at what was going on, it's clear that it was orchestrated. And when we put our religious beliefs aside and what we wish actually happened and we just look at the evidence itself, sorry, folks, the evidence doesn't uphold the willful idiot blowback theory.
Well, I think it's just too complicated and too skillfully executed because people have been buying it now for decades, for hundreds of years, let's face it, in various different guises.
For decades, for sure, since the early 60s, late 50s. But, people need to realize that they have Fabians like Aldous Huxley right there warning everybody it's going on while he's actually the one doing it. He and his brother and his family, etc. He doesn't say, look at me and my brother and my family if you really want to figure out who's doing it. He just says, somebody out there is doing it. Let's see if you're smart enough to find them, And so, it's kind of always this tongue and cheek sort of thing. And it's the same thing with Eisenhower, Wasson, all of these guys. They all sort of warn about something maybe going on, look over there, folks. But meanwhile, it's always them. And all of these guys work together. Wasson, Aldous Huxley, Alan Dulles, who is the DCI, the head of the CIA, and several of these other guys. They're all Eisenhower. They're all working together at the CIA's Century Club, which was it's an art club front that the CIA used to do all of this stuff. And, we have other guys besides Wasson and Huxley, et cetera, other psychedelic researchers like B.F. Friedman were out of there, et cetera. So, this whole neo-feudalist dumbing down agenda is coming out of there. And then you have basically Edward Bernays. Walter Lippmann was also over there, another propagandist. But, these guys all center around this club. And then even yesterday, Joe Atwill, and we're holding on to this new quote for another project that we're working on. But he just discovered some major amazing quotes yesterday from Gregory Bateson admitting that the native revolution was how the Russians and everybody controlled the rest of the population. He gives a Russian example, but it's clear that this is exactly what they were doing in the West as well. Trying to, you spiritualize the population, get them entertained with the Indian arts. In Russia, it was the Siberian arts, etc. And this neo-shamanic spirituality is a sort of whitewashed spirituality that removes the dark shamanism and keeps everybody off balance. And then this is what they then sell into the public to help control the rest of the people, and then they sell on top of it that there is no truth. Might as well not look over there, folks.
And do you think, Jan, that the reason this was so aggressively pushed at the time period that it was and has continued to be ever since was because the old control system or feudal control system, that being Christianity, was on the wane? And do you think they needed to manufacture something that did the same thing?
You got to realize how much a play Zionism has in all of this stuff. I mean, Zionism has been trying to fracture and break Christianity and, destroy the Roman Church, et cetera, for 2,000 years. And interestingly, not all, but way too many considering the number of the population, but going and researching the background of the MK Ultra doctors, we found about maybe 70% of them had a Jewish background. And so looking through these backgrounds, we can see that they're using the religion, that they're psioneem, and that this is how they're hiding and orchestrating these agendas and things. So it's quite ancient what they're doing, and some of the attempts that they're trying to use to sexualize and dumb down and manipulate the population through subterfuge wording, just like the Talmud says. And so once we get that this is part of the agenda here and the New World Order and how it ties into Zionism and all of this stuff, then we can really begin to see the full agenda clearly.
Of course, there are going to be people who will be shouting at their radios now, and they'll be thinking to themselves, well, I've used psychedelic drugs and all they've been is positive for me. They've
Sure.
opened my mind, and they've been a gateway to positivity and creativity and stuff like that. And for a lot of people, I would imagine, they just can't comprehend that this could be
Sure.
something untoward, or it
Sure.
could be a plot, so to speak. What would you say to them?
Well, and that's just it. I've taken psychedelics well over 1,000 times, folks. I've got plenty of experience. I came in from one side using them ignorantly, having a so-called spiritual experience, practicing them, seeing what was there, and coming out the other side and seeing how they can be used for control. Now, that's not to say that there isn't the potential for some type of spiritual experience or learning there, whatever it is, if it's biological or spiritual or whatever, we're not sure. But when we get into the study of the trivium and the quadrivium itself, when we get into things like the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio, and when we look at a pine cone or a flower and we see this stuff out in nature, we realize there probably is some sort of spiritual something there. But it's certainly not found in any of the dogmatic books of man that have been put out there. And you just mentioned something that's very key, and Aldous Huxley was selling the idea that, these drugs would be used to make people happy, to make the workers happy. Well, what did you just say? You said people did these things and they felt very positive, et cetera. Well, this is one of the key things that I've investigated. And, a couple of years ago, I had Dr. Barbara Ehrenreich on my show, who is the author of the book Bright-Sided, How the Relentless Promotion of Positive Thinking Has Undermined America. And essentially, when you get into positive thinking is a state of fallacious thinking. Okay, and the word fallacy comes from the Latin fallare, to lie. And most people generally think with fallacies in their daily lives. So, or lies, rather than looking things up and fact-checking them. So let's say if I say, Wasson says that this is about the New World Order and da-da-da on page 162 of this book, rather than going and actually looking at the book, you attack me and you kill the messenger and you say that I'm being negative and you dismiss the whole thing as crazy, lunatic, conspiracy, or whatever. This is a way that they get people to dismiss information, to feel, to think that they're being positive and spiritual to their own detriment. And when you get in and you study the Kabbalah, which a lot of this stuff comes out of, you can see that it's intentionally designed to keep people off balance. If you're positive thinking, you're not balanced thinking. If you're positive thinking, you also have to lie to yourself and judge information that you've never even looked at. Well, how can you judge something as supposedly being negative that you've never looked at? If it affects you positively and it keeps you from getting hurt or injured or manipulated in some way, how is that negative? And so, people will kill the messenger and will use all of this fallacious thinking, because, John, you wear pink shirts on Thursdays, everything you say, or because you're Irish, everything you say is completely full of what, and there's not anything valid that could possibly come out of your mouth. This is the kind of mentality that most people think with, and so, I've done mushrooms and I think they were spiritual, but, just because you think they were spiritual doesn't mean that the CIA or MI6 or Louis Jolyon West and Ewan Cameron and Aldous Huxley and these other eugenicists and MK Ultra researchers, that doesn't mean that that's how they think. What they think is that you're just having a hallucination. And meanwhile, while you're drugged and dumb and not thinking about anything, they're going to fill your head with their own propaganda, tell you that there is no truth, that you might as well not even look, that truth is arbitrary, and they're going to instill their own religion into your mind when you're in that state. So, it's like people who haven't been told, what kind of experience to have if they've never heard of McKenna and things like that, tend to have a somewhat different experience. Now, that's not to say, again, that they aren't spiritual, quote-unquote type experiences. And my co-author, Joe Atwill, and I, we were at quite difference on this point in the article Manufacturing the Deadhead. And so, in the conclusion of the article, just to make clear so we can avoid the hours wasted of thoughtless attacks from people who don't want to read stuff first, in the conclusion, we state the authors are in disagreement about the use of mind-altering drugs. One believes that we should not dismiss the potential of these substances as biological tools to open doorways of the mind and possibly spiritual dimensions. But those who consider these substances as only spiritual tools often ignore their dark side and never consider that they can be easily used as much for control. He recommends that they not be used without a prior thorough study of something such as the trivium method, and suggests that, like a knife which may be used to cut your food and also used to kill, psychedelics can be used to empower or control. It is also important for people who use these substances to consider what others think of them who do not use them for spiritual purposes. The other believes that given their provenance, they should not be taken under any circumstance. We must consider, does the predator think that these substances are tools for spiritual awakening or for the control of others? What the reader may believe is not necessarily the whole truth.
And I really like the way you use the term off balance as well continually, because that's essentially what so much of this is. When somebody attacks, whether it's an ad hominem attack or whatever it might be, I'd notice this on a daily basis in my daily life. For example, if I look in the sky and I see chemtrails, for example, and I say to my...
Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a wacko. Do you actually think that the government would do that? I mean, do you go outside and look up or something on the weekends? Don't you have anything better to do with your time?
Well, that's exactly it. And that's what I hear on a daily basis from friends and family and the whole lot. And it can be a source of frustration. However, once you can kind of disseminate
and meanwhile, if you can just get them to walk outside and look up, you're like, see those things up there? You know, I had my pilot's license when I was 16, my student license. And back then, for the most part, you didn't have contrails that stayed in the air for 3 hours and then spread out and turned into gray clouds, you know.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've had a couple of days of heavy spraying here in Ireland, and I've had thrown at me a couple of times the pseudo argument that, well, John, we don't want to believe that because it's not comfortable within our existing paradigm, and you're being negative. And
well, you know, and what's the issue, John, with MK Ultra? You know, it's the same thing. Well, if the CIA and MI6 and French intelligence and all did this stuff, then, well, that doesn't give us such a fuzzy feeling. And then they'll say, oh, well, you know, it's a good thing that MK Ultra was just relegated to these handful of quack doctors and stuff, and rogues that were out of control in the 50s and 60s, as long as we put that box around it and ignore that it's still ongoing today, that MK Ultra is still active today, folks. Mm-hmm. You know, if we ignore all of that, then we can put on this you know, rosy delusion that the government is there as our friend and all of this stuff, but you know, this requires an extreme ignorance of what government is in the first place. And I know all of the arguments about the ment on government being a suffix, and I've had many a debate with linguists, and several of them I've done quite well in holding my own. And if we stand back and look at the word government, gubernare means to steer or control. Yeah. And mente, if we don't consider it as a suffix like se, ment, and if we consider it as the suffix like from Middle English ment or mente, mind, then we see, you know, and it shows up in other languages too, then we see that government is in and of itself mind control. And the whole idea is for you to give up your autonomy to others who essentially carry you through your extended adolescence because you don't want to stand up and act as a sovereign or as an adult.
Mm. And you touch on something in the conclusion as well in the Deadhead article, which is very close to my heart. My day job is in dance music or rave music, EDM as it's called in the US. And you mentioned that possibly through rave culture, are the systems that we've talking about of control there, how are they being continued today possibly through this? And I see... I
don't think it's possible. I think it's, you know, just about a definite.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, because I see the parallels now in rave culture as it explodes, particularly in the US.
Sure, and Burning Man and all of this stuff.
Burning Man, exactly, and all of that.
So, you know, and let me just interject right there. What is Burning Man but something that, you know, people spend an entire year to get ready for 1 week where they go out into the desert and party and get high. But all of that energy is geared toward this collapsible city that at the end of the week is torn down and disappears, and it doesn't go to benefit anything in their greater lives for the future.
Exactly, and of course you have the same, the idol or the effigy, and you've all this symbolism that's been used for so long in so many different ways of control or methods of control, such as Christianity or such as the hippie movement or the rock movement of the 60s. I look at some of the top DJs in the world now and the guys who were really at the forefront of electronic or rave music, and the pattern is
Go
the same.
Gill, I was a big fan,
Yeah, it's the same guys who are related to A, B, C, or D, who have links to A, B, C, or D, and it's the same A, B, C, or D that existed in the 60s, and it's absolutely not accidental. Another thing with the rave culture that I find very interesting is the use of lighting and the use of very fast imagery and screens to an extent that hasn't been used in concerts in the past. And I think it has a massive effect, and I think it can really influence if somebody is under the influence of psychedelics or whatever kind of substance it might be.
Well, the idea is to get the brain wavelengths and the beat of the music and the light flashes going on the screen, and to synchronize and to then hypnotize the victim.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about the secret society side of this. You've touched on it already, but you've mentioned so many names, from Huxley to McKenna to Wasson, Dulles. There's so many names in there, and while some of them may not be inextricably linked, there is a pattern, and it seems to all be underneath the bedrock of secret societies.
Okay, well, why don't we hit the ones that are inextricably linked first, and then we can let people try to argue over whichever ones they think aren't. So, first off, what we have for secret societies is Skull and Bones. So, we, with the foundation of and creation of Time Life magazines, we have Henry P. Davison, who was a director at J.P. Morgan Bank. He worked with Gordon Wasson there. And he was originally the first funder and the first director of the company. And then we have Dwight Morrow, who also helped set up the company. And then we get into Britton Hayden. And Britton Hayden, he was, Skull and Bones, 1920. And so we also, there's C.D. Jackson, who was the head of U.S. Psychological Warfare. He was in there. I'm not sure if he was a part of Skull and Bones or not, though. Mm-hmm. But so we can prove that Skull and Bones was directly involved in the creation and founding of Life magazine. Wasson worked with at least 3, 4, 5 different Skull and Bones members, including Averill Harriman and the others I just mentioned. And, there's additional many others that he was working with at the Council on Foreign Relations. And then... So other secret societies, we'll get into the Bohemian Club. And the Bohemian Club is interesting because it's actually the sister club or the offshoot club of the Century Club or the Century group in the East Coast that is the C.I.A. front. And out of the admitted members of the Bohemian Club are, Grateful Dead members Bob Weir and Mickey Hart, and we also have the famous psychedelic chemist Alexander Shulgin there. And so, like I just said, this is the West Coast, the Bohemian Club, Bohemian Grove, all of that is the West Coast sister club of the CIA's Century Club out of New York. So we have, I already mentioned, we had Aldous Huxley and Alan Dulles and Dwight Eisenhower and B.H. Freeman and Wasson and all of these guys. Even Carlos Castaneda went and had lunch with Wasson at the Century Club. So the Century Club is really, the key center for a lot of this stuff going on. That seems that the Bohemian Club is sort of secondary. And then we can, there's also ties into the Council on Foreign Relations, which is sort of a secret club. There's a lot of these guys overlap into the Century Club, et cetera. So, those would be the primary 4 secret societies, you could say, aside from, like I mentioned earlier, Zionism being such a key part of this, and so many of these, guys happen to have Jewish backgrounds when, they're only 2% of the population. It just doesn't make sense. So it seems that there's some of the, Talmudic racism and chosen ideology at work in a lot of this.
So essentially, when we look at it with broader strokes, Jan, we're looking at one giant psy-op, which is controlling not just the population for the sake of control, but actually manipulating people into believing that it's a system of illumination.
You can go, for the Zionist aspect, so aside from reading the Talmud, you can go right to the Book of Revelation and see half of their crap mapped out right there,
That, I suppose, is the foundation then of the New Age movement.
Oh, well, sure. Where does the whole concept of the New Age come from but Revelation, right?
Absolutely. So if we can draw those lines, which you've just done, to the secret societies, again, it looks like so much of what we're talking about that are linked seemingly inextricably suddenly become extricable links. So you've got the history of psychedelics, you've got the New Age movements. I suppose UFOs could possibly come in under that as well.
Oh, well, no, they absolutely do. And in fact, we've got the UFOs listed in the brain database. In fact, I should bring your listeners' attention to the brain database, because the brain database is something that I've been putting together and working on for about 5 years now, and they can download it if you go to gnosticmedia.com, GNOSTIC media.com. Mm-hmm. Right on the front page of the website there, you'll see a blue icon called Brain Database, and then you'll see instructions there for, how it works. And people need to actually read the instructions there. Don't just open it up and see a bunch of lines and not read the citations and go, well, it was just a bunch of guilt by association and strings that I couldn't understand, like Joe Rogan did. So, it's important to actually get in there and read the citations and spend more than, 30 seconds or, at least spend a few hours in there getting familiar with it, seeing where the research goes, reading up on the citations, watching the videos and documentaries, et cetera, that are found throughout there. Now, in the brain database, there is, if you go to the search section down on the lower left there, for people who download it or use the website version up there, search something called the fourth world, or the battle for the collective mind. And this is really the key thing of all of the different, the multi-pronged attack that they're using on society to sell Agenda 21 and all of this sort of stuff. So, you already mentioned the crop circles. We can get into wheat. Nobody should ever eat wheat, WHEAT, that stuff that grows in the ground that the cows eat, kind of. Wheat is poison, and it's definitely eugenics. And I've done a lot of coverage on wheat on my show. And all those people who are getting obese and sick out there and can't figure out why, cut the wheat out and increase your fat intake, and fire your doctor, and you'll be a lot better off.
I think there's a guy,
so
William
UFOs
Davis,
are right in there, right with the Council of Nine there. Of course, television, the sexual revolution. I already mentioned quantum physics. We've got psychiatry in there, positive thinking. We already mentioned pornography falls under there. Professional sports, of course, is going to be under there. The pharmaceutical industry, and of course, them putting everybody on drugs like fluoride, which is also in the water.
Yep.
Fluoride is also the key ingredient in Prozac. New Age movement, neo-shamanism, not having an understanding of the informal fallacies is key. Not learning logic and getting people to believe that any sort of Western knowledge or teaching or logic or critical thinking is bad. That is key to getting people, to go with this stuff. Don't look over here, folks. Don't check the citations. There's no truth. There's no logic. Might as well not even look. Go back about your dream. Over there. Ooh, hypnotized. Good boy. Go over there. And then another one is Gaia hypothesis. Just mentioned fluoride in the water. Feminism. And this is impacting the UK tremendously right now. And I recommend everybody out there go out and study Karen of Girl Writes What. I've had her on my show, but she runs a YouTube channel called Girl Writes What. And she has completely destroyed the foundations of feminism and revealed the entire thing as a fraud. And then, but that goes in, or continuing on, the entheogenic experience without the trivium and critical thinking. And then you get, of course, the carbon credits and stuff like that. And then the December 21st, 2012 movement. And even books like The Course in Miracles were written by C.I.A. MK Ultra contractors. So that's just, and then, before I forget, a huge one is the compulsory education system is laid out by guys like John Taylor Gatto.
Absolutely. And the beauty of the database, of course, is the fact that all this information is at somebody's fingertips. And it's quite easy then, once you approach things with an open mind and are willing to research yourself, to actually draw the lines between seemingly unconnected dots. And
right.
That's
exactly. And then there's no need to, write me a name call and say there's no evidence for this when it was published right there on the website.
Absolutely.
Just because you're too lazy to read the research doesn't mean it's not there, folks.
And it comes back to people always saying that such information is negative, this, that, and the other is negative. Well,
and we already covered that. So, instead of using fallacies and lies that you tell yourself, folks, to keep from finding truth and from looking into things, and the lies that you keep yourself, to keep yourself dumb, be brave to go out and trust yourself, trust your own five senses to just look at the citations yourself and see what they say. And then you'll never have doubt about what the citation actually said, again, you'll never have to guess again. You'll never have to play make-believe about it. You'll never have to lie and tell your friends that you know something that you never fact-checked.
So what of the future, Jan? I mean, have you a positive outlook on the way things are heading? Do you think people are slowly but surely, or even quickly, becoming more open to actually examining information themselves? Or do you think we're on a hiding to nothing for the next while?
Well, it's interesting that you should ask that. I think getting past the McKenna and Michael Coe and Jesuit Pierre Teilhard Desjardins idiocy from the December 21st, 2012 meme, now that we're past that, and that kind of when nothing happened, people kind of went, wow, those guys were all full of what? Yeah. I don't know if it's okay to swear on your show or not.
Go for it.
And so with the, oh, shoot, now I just lost my train of thought there again. It's one of those days. I got too many things going on. But yeah, anyway, I think I got the point across already.
Absolutely. So tell us again about the website and the podcast and how people can find out more, because you're massively busy at the moment, Jan. I mean, it's very difficult to even keep up. I don't know how you've found enough hours in the day, because you're constantly, between your own endeavours and other people's endeavours, such as mine, you're just constantly on the air, you're constantly on the web, and you're constantly getting the information out there. So tell us about, I suppose, the key websites, such as Gnostic Media and some other places where people can find out.
Well, the GnosticMedia.com is the main website, GNOSTICmedia.com. And of course, most everything that we do is funded by donations, so your support is essential. And as are, any website sales or getting a membership for the older podcasts, etc. That's essential stuff to help us keep going. But yeah, in that regard, you're right. I've got like 5 more interviews booked already this week, and there's no end in sight. But another website is triviumeducation.com, TRIVIUM education.com. And you and I can talk about that more maybe another time. But the Trivium is really the key of how to understand how they run these mind control operations. The Trivium method is essentially reveals how the classical Trivium is used for mind control. And so we've put out a website exposing all of that. And a lot of people find great interest in that. And homeschoolers and parents especially take to that stuff really quickly. I also run the johnallegro.org website with his daughter out of the UK for his books and material and research on that, so people can find out actually what really happened there. And then lastly, I guess the main one, I've shut down a lot of websites lately, but the last one I'm still trying to get going and do something with is mindcontrolexposed.com.
Okay, well, we'll get all those links up on our website, which is alchemyradio.net. And most certainly we will talk again in the future. You have some fascinating information, and I love the way it's presented as well. It's been a huge pleasure having you on Alchemy Radio, Jan. Before you go, I'm going to put you on the spot. I do this with quite a few guests. We always finish with a piece of music. We've spoken about music and where some of the music that we know and a lot of people love comes from on this show. What piece of music would you like to select?
Oh, goodness. Put me on the spot, why don't you?
Absolutely.
Well, it's so hard to get into so much of the music these days because now I know where so much of it comes from.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Maybe you should play Jim Morrison's The End so that, from the Doors, so that people can actually hear them talk about the Oedipus complex and talk about this whole, all the children are insane and all of this stuff and the whole dumbing down of society. That song, The End, is an apocalypse song against all of society, and meanwhile, Jim Morrison's own father was killing 60,000 plus people and was responsible for the death of 60 plus thousand American boys in Vietnam, not to mention probably another million Vietnamese.
And so the pattern has continued ever since. I have the power, you have the power, we have the power. Jan, it's been fantastic having you on Alchemy Radio. We are going to finish with The Doors and The End. We'll talk to you very, very soon. Enjoy the rest of your busy week and your weekend. Thanks a million for joining me.
Thanks, John.
Alchemy Radio.